Hello there, my old friend. Tonight, we will hear a tale about an ancient Celtic creature called the Leanan Sídhe. To mortal eyes, she appears as a beautiful woman, a seductive muse. But those who know the true intentions of the Leanan Sídhe are wise to keep their distance. After many requests, there will not be any music during this story. Just me and the gentle crackling of a fireplace. Please let me know what you think. As always, liking and subscribing would mean the world to me, as it pushes my video to new listeners. Now, let's lay back, relax, and step into a world of myth and legend. The village of Ballybron lay quiet under the setting sun, shadows stretching across the small square at its heart. The air was still, filled only with the distant clink of tools being put away for the night, and the soft murmur of families closing their doors against the approaching dusk. At the center of the square, alone on a low stone bench, sat Kahal, his fingers absently tracing the strings of his lute, though no tune rose from them. The lute, once a source of pride and expression, now felt foreign in his hands, its voice lost to him, as if the very essence of music had turned to silence. For weeks, maybe longer, he had been struggling with his art, each song falling flat, each melody lacking the spark that once stirred even the hardest of hearts. Kahal, known and admired in Ballybron for the songs that once moved the villagers to tears and laughter, had found himself suddenly empty. His songs seemed to mock him now, hollow echoes of a gift he feared had abandoned him. He strummed a few chords, trying to coax some life back into the strings, but the tune he played was lifeless, carrying none of the passion he felt so desperately trying to surface. He stopped and sighed, looking down at his worn hands as though they were strangers to him. A dull ache of frustration stirred in his chest, mingling with a kind of hollow yearning that seemed to deepen with each passing day. He glanced up, his gaze drifting to the line of trees just beyond the village, to the dark, looming forest known as the Elderwood. It stood at the very edge of Ballybron, a mysterious and ancient expanse that villagers spoke of only in whispers. Tales of fairies, curses, and spirits haunted every corner of the wood, warning those who dared approach it at night. But for Kahal, who had spent his life crafting melodies from tales of myth and wonder, the Elderwood had always held a strange allure. Tonight, that pull felt stronger, almost insistent, as though something within the shadows of those trees was calling to him. He closed his eyes, letting himself imagine it. The cool shadows, the silence, the unknown depths where perhaps, just perhaps, he might find what he was missing. Some deep part of him stirred, a longing that defied words, a need to touch something beyond the mortal world. He thought of his music, of the way it had once flowed through him like water, effortless and beautiful, carrying him to heights he had never imagined. But now that flow was gone, and in its absence, he felt a kind of emptiness that gnawed at him, deeper than any hunger he had known. And that emptiness, that ache, seemed to echo back to him from the Elderwood, as though the forest itself understood his longing. He rose slowly, slinging the lute over his shoulder. The streets of Bali were deserted now, a gentle breeze stirring the lanterns hanging from doorways, casting flickering shadows across the cobblestones. He walked toward the edge of the village, his footsteps soft and sure, drawn by a pull he couldn't explain. As he neared the forest's edge, the sounds of the village faded behind him, replaced by the deep, almost reverent silence of the woods. The boundary of the Elderwood felt like a threshold, a place where the mundane world ended and something far older and stranger began. He hesitated, looking up at the towering trees with their dark, twisting branches that seemed to reach toward him, beckoning him into their depths. A shiver ran through him, but it wasn't fear. Rather, it was a thrill, a sense of stepping into something he had only dreamed of. He took a deep breath and stepped forward, the soft earth and fallen leaves giving under his boots. The forest seemed to close around him, the shadows deepening as he moved further from the edge. Here, in the quiet solitude of the Elderwood, he felt a curious sense of belonging, as though he had stepped into a world that had been waiting for him all along. Finding a small clearing bathed in the last pale light of dusk, he sat down, resting his lute on his lap. The silence of the forest enveloped him, and for a moment he simply sat, breathing in the cool, earthy scent of the woods. He closed his eyes, letting the peace of the place settle over him, his mind quieting, the ever-present frustration and restlessness fading into the background. He lifted the lute and plucked a soft melody, a tune that came to him like a whisper from somewhere distant and forgotten. The notes were gentle, almost mournful, as though they carried the weight of 1,000 unspoken words. But still, he could feel that emptiness within him, that ache for something more. He let the melody drift, his eyes closed, losing himself in the quiet beauty of the forest and the longing that filled each note. The sound hung in the air, delicate and fragile, fading into the silence around him. And then, just as the last note faded, he felt it. A presence, soft and quiet, like a breath against his skin. He opened his eyes, his heart quickening as he scanned the shadows, searching for whatever or whoever had joined him. But the clearing was empty, the trees silent, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Yet he could feel it, a presence just beyond the edge of his vision, something watching him with a gaze that was neither hostile nor kind, but curious, as if whatever it was could see into the very depths of him, into the hunger that drove him and the yearning he couldn't name. A chill prickled along his skin, a mixture of fear and excitement. He lowered his lute, his hand resting on the strings as he strained to see into the shadows. "Is someone there?" he whispered, his voice barely more than a breath. He held his breath, waiting, his heart pounding as he felt the presence draw closer. A subtle shift in the air that sent a shiver down his spine. He knew the tales of the faerie folk, of spirits that roamed the Elderwood, granting favors and exacting prices from those who dared seek their help. He had never truly believed them, at least not until this moment, when he could feel something ancient and powerful brushing against the edge of his awareness. The presence lingered, as if considering him, weighing his worth. He felt a strange warmth spreading through him, a feeling that somehow, something, or someone had heard his silent plea, had seen the depths of his longing, and had been drawn to him, just as he had been drawn to this place. And in that moment, sitting alone in the forest's twilight embrace, Kahal felt the first flicker of hope. Hope that perhaps he was not alone, that perhaps there was a way to reclaim the music that had been lost to him. He did not know what he would find here in the Elderwood, or what price he might pay to regain his gift. But as the darkness deepened and the first stars began to prick the sky above, he felt a strange, fierce determination settle over him. For whatever waited for him here in the shadows, he was ready. The moon had risen high above the Elderwood, casting a silvery glow over the forest. Shadows stretched long and strange, mingling with the faint mist that clung to the forest floor, giving the air an otherworldly quality. Kahal sat in the clearing, his lute resting in his hands, the last notes of his melancholic melody still hanging in the air, as though the forest itself held its breath. And then he felt it again, a presence, something almost tangible, yet weightless and delicate, like a whisper of cool wind on his skin. He looked up, heart hammering in his chest, eyes searching the shadows beyond the clearing. At first, he saw nothing, only the shifting silhouettes of trees bathed in moonlight. But then, out of the darkness, a figure began to emerge, stepping softly into the clearing, as though she had been born from the very mist itself. The woman was tall and graceful, with hair dark as raven feathers, cascading around her shoulders and spilling down her back in waves that shimmered faintly under the moon's light. Her skin was luminous, an almost translucent ivory that seemed to glow with its own faint silvery light, casting an ethereal glow around her. Her features were delicate and hauntingly beautiful. High cheekbones, a slender nose, and full lips that curved in a faint, knowing smile. But it was her eyes that held him captive. Deep as pools in a midnight forest, her eyes shimmered with a light that seemed to shift and swirl, as if starlight itself had been trapped within them. They were old, those eyes, far older than any mortal's, and they watched him with a mix of curiosity and something almost like amusement. Kahal's breath caught in his throat as he stared, entranced, unable to look away from the woman who had stepped from the shadows to stand before him. Who are you?" he managed to whisper, his voice barely more than a breath. The woman tilted her head, her gaze never leaving his. "I am of this place," she replied, her voice soft and melodic, like the sigh of wind through leaves. "I am what the forest calls me to be, what you desire and fear in equal measure." A shiver ran through him, but it wasn't from cold. Her voice was unlike anything he'd ever heard, a sound that seemed to wrap around him, sinking deep into his bones. It was a voice that held promises and secrets, ancient as the stones beneath his feet. Her movements were so fluid they seemed almost otherworldly, her figure blending with the mist that drifted through the forest clearing. Kahal's heart quickened, entranced by the aura that surrounded her, a presence that felt ancient, potent, as if it held secrets that reached back through time. He felt both drawn to her and unnerved, an instinct whispering that there was more to this woman than met the eye. Eilis's gaze held him captive, her lips curving into a faint smile, a glint of something almost playful in her eyes. "You seem surprised to see me here," she murmured. Her voice was soft, inviting, and every word seemed to echo within him, stirring the parts of his heart and mind that he had long ignored. "What is it you seek, minstrel? What has led you to the edge of the forest tonight?" Kahal hesitated, the words sticking in his throat. He felt as though she could see into him, down to the very core of his soul. "I came looking for something, a way to bring back the music I used to feel." Her eyes softened, and she inclined her head as though she understood perfectly. "You are lost," she whispered, her voice like a balm to his soul. "You seek a spark to fill the emptiness within you." "Yes," he admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. The ache in his heart that he had hidden even from himself felt bare beneath her gaze. Eilis's expression grew thoughtful as she studied him, her gaze lingering as if weighing an unspoken decision. "I can give you that," she said softly, after a long pause. "I can grant you inspiration beyond what you have ever imagined. Your songs will touch places within the heart that are beyond mortal understanding. People will listen, and they will remember your name for generations." Her words wrapped around him like a spell, a thrill chasing away the doubts and frustrations that had haunted him. In her presence, he could almost see it, the crowds, the beauty of the music flowing from him, the feeling of being truly alive again, his heart and soul lit with a fire he had nearly forgotten. And yet, a faint sense of caution lingered. He knew that such gifts did not come freely, that the old stories warned of the price paid by those who sought powers beyond the mortal realm. What do you want in return? He asked, his voice unsteady. She regarded him, her expression unreadable, yet a hint of wistfulness touched her smile. Simply allow me to visit you each night, she replied. When the moon rises and the world is still, I will be there, and together we will create the music that lives within you. Kahal felt a shiver run down his spine, a feeling that seemed to touch both fear and exhilaration. He sensed that by agreeing, he would cross a threshold, entering a world from which he might never fully return. But even as he hesitated, he felt a fierce, unwavering desire to accept her offer, a yearning so deep that it drowned out the whispers of caution. Yes, he said finally, his voice steady. Eilis's smile widened, her gaze alight with something he could not name. She leaned closer, her hand resting gently on his chest, her touch cool and soft, like the first touch of winter. Then it is done, she whispered, her voice as soft as silk. From this night forward, your music will carry a spark of magic, a beauty born from realms beyond. As her words settled over him, a surge of energy rushed through his veins, filling him with a strength and inspiration he had not felt in years. When he looked up at her, he found her watching him with an intensity that made his heart race, her eyes dark and deep, like the night itself. Play for me, Kahal, she murmured, stepping back, her gaze never wavering. Let me hear the song that waits within you. He lifted his lute, his fingers moving over the strings with newfound ease, and as he played, the notes filled the night air with a beauty and depth he had never known. The melody seemed to echo with places beyond his reach, hints of dreams and longings he could barely understand. Each note carried a piece of her presence, as though her essence flowed through his hands and into the music, lifting it to heights he had never imagined. He felt himself become a vessel, his soul and body channels for something greater, a force that transcended mortal understanding. As the last note faded into the night, he looked up to find her watching him, her gaze soft, distant, as though she were seeing something beyond the clearing. Until tomorrow night, she whispered, her voice like a sigh of leaves in the wind. And with that, she melted back into the shadows, disappearing into the forest, leaving him alone beneath the starlit sky. Kahal sat in the clearing for a long time, his heart racing, his mind alive with the echoes of the song he had just played. He felt as though he had touched something infinite, something beyond human understanding. And yet, he knew, deep down, that he had paid a price that would grow with each passing night. But in that moment, as he looked down at his lute, feeling the lingering warmth of her presence, he knew that he would not turn back. He had found his muse, his inspiration, and he was willing to give whatever it took to keep it. As he rose and made his way back to the village, his footsteps echoing in the quiet night, he felt a strange sense of exhilaration and dread, woven together like two threads of the same song. And in the silence of the Elderwood, the pact he had made seemed to hum around him, a silent promise that would guide him through the nights to come. As the days turned into weeks, Cahal's music began to change, taking on a richness and depth that seemed almost otherworldly. Each night, as promised, Eilis appeared beneath the moon's glow, her silvery presence like a spectre in his small cottage. She would watch him play, her gaze intense, her aura enveloping him as though they were the only two souls in existence. And with each song, she took just a little more of his essence, leaving him weary but fulfilled. What he played during those moonlit hours was like nothing the village of Ballybron had ever heard. His music became a tapestry of haunting melodies and soaring refrains, woven with a beauty so profound that it left his listeners breathless. It was as though each note held a spark of the faerie realm, an echo of Eilis's ethereal world, carrying with it a magic that stirred hearts, drew tears, and lingered long after the final note had faded. As Cahal's songs filled the quiet village, word of his music spread like wildfire. Villagers, once accustomed to his old, simple tunes, now found themselves captivated by his performances. Farmers, cobblers, and seamstresses gathered in the square each evening, murmuring in awe and wonder as his music drifted from his cottage on the edge of town, floating through open windows and filling Ballybron with a kind of quiet, reverent magic. Even the children, usually so restless, would sit spellbound on the cobblestones, their faces alight with awe as they listened. By the third week, it was not only villagers who came to hear Kahal play. News of the minstrel with the enchanted lute reached nearby towns, drawing visitors from neighboring hamlets and eventually catching the ear of the region's nobility. Soon, wealthy patrons began arriving in Ballybron, eager to witness the minstrel's legendary performances, each visit marked by gifts and adoration. They brought with them fine fabrics, rare wines, and gold coins that glittered in the candlelight of Cahal's humble cottage. Nobles in elaborate gowns and richly embroidered cloaks would crowd the small space, eyes wide and rapt as they listened to his songs. Kahal played for them night after night, his fingers weaving magic into every chord, every melody, his heart swelling with pride as he saw the awe and wonder on their faces. It wasn't long before Ballybron itself began to change. The once quiet village square now bustled with visitors from afar. Inns were filled to capacity, and merchants set up stalls to cater to the newfound crowds. The villagers, who had once watched Kahal grow frustrated with his art, now spoke of him with reverence, as though he were something more than human. "Did you hear him last night?" they would whisper to one another in the marketplace. It was as if the gods themselves had blessed his lute. No mortal could play like that. "Yes," another would reply. "I've never heard anything so beautiful. It's as if his music sees into the soul, shows us things we didn't even know we held inside." Kahal's heart swelled with each word of praise, each admiring glance. He had achieved what he had always longed for: recognition, adoration, a place among those whose names would be remembered. And yet, his art was not the only thing that transformed. The music itself seemed to take on a life of its own, as though Eilish's presence had woven her spirit into the very notes he played. The melodies grew more complex, filled with layers of emotion that he could hardly explain. When he played, he felt as though he were no longer in control. It was as though the music itself possessed him, drawing him into a world where only he and his lute existed. Each performance left him exhausted, his body drained, yet exhilarated in a way that made him crave the next night, the next song. But with each passing night, the toll of their pact became more evident. Though his music blossomed, his body began to wither. A faint pallor settled over his skin, a shadow darkening beneath his eyes that no amount of rest could erase. His hands, once strong and steady, trembled slightly in the mornings, as though the life had been sapped from them overnight. And yet, when he took up his lute, those same hands moved with a grace and power that seemed almost supernatural, as though the music had breathed new life into his limbs. The villagers noticed these changes, but they attributed them to his dedication, his relentless pursuit of art. They saw his pale skin, his weary gaze, and whispered of the sacrifices he made for his craft, admiring him all the more for it. To them, he was a man driven by passion, willing to give everything he had for the beauty he created. But Kahal knew the truth. He felt the pull of Eilish's presence with every note he played, felt her draw from him like a silent, unseen current. The exhilaration he felt in the moment faded as soon as the music stopped, leaving him hollow, a vessel emptied of all but a faint echo of what he had once been. And yet, he couldn't stop. The power of his music, the adoration of the villagers, the way his songs filled the night with a beauty that transcended mere mortal art. All of it consumed him, fueled him, even as he felt himself slipping further and further from the man he had once been. One evening, as he played for a crowd gathered in the square, he felt a strange, almost dizzying surge of power. The music that poured from his lute was more beautiful than anything he had ever created. A haunting, sorrowful melody that seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 unspoken sorrows. The villagers listened in silence, their faces alight with awe, tears glistening in the eyes of even the hardest among them. When he finished, a hush fell over the crowd, the silence stretching into something almost sacred. And then, slowly, they began to applaud, a sound that grew and swelled until it filled the square, echoing through the night. Kahal felt a swell of pride, a fierce joy that burned away the exhaustion gnawing at his bones. But as he scanned the faces of the adoring crowd, he caught sight of Eilis standing at the edge of the crowd, half hidden in shadow. Her gaze was fixed on him, her expression unreadable, and for a brief moment he thought he saw a glimmer of sadness in her eyes. A chill ran through him, a fleeting reminder of the cost of the gift she had given him. But as the villagers crowded around him, showering him with praise and admiration, that chill faded, replaced by the warm glow of adulation. That night, as he returned to his cottage, he felt the familiar pull of fatigue, deeper and more insistent than ever. His hands shook as he removed his lute from his shoulder, his body heavy, his mind filled with a strange, disorienting fog. He knew he should be worried, should heed the warning his own body was giving him. But the promise of another night, another song, was too enticing to ignore. He fell into bed, his dreams haunted by melodies that twisted and turned, filled with shadows and whispers he could not understand. And when he woke, he found himself staring into the mirror, his reflection pale and gaunt, his eyes holding a hollow, almost haunted look. But even as he felt the creeping dread of what he was becoming, he couldn't shake the thrill that waited just beyond it. The thrill of the music, the power, the fame. It was a price he was willing to pay, he told himself, even as the echoes of Eilis's presence lingered in the corners of his mind. A silent reminder of the pact he could never escape. Each night, as the moon climbed high above the Elderwood and cast its silver glow across Ballybron, Eilis appeared, slipping through Cahal's cottage door like mist over a field. Her visits became a cherished ritual, an intimacy that seemed to blur the boundaries between mortal and fae. As Cahal's fame continued to spread, so too did his bond with her, deepening with each song, each stolen glance, each whispered conversation. At first, their exchanges had been centered around his music, her quiet encouragement, her silent, watchful presence as he played. But as the nights passed, their conversations grew more personal, slipping beyond music into realms of thought and feeling he had rarely shared with another soul. Sitting by the hearth, its faint glow casting warm shadows over the cottage walls. They spoke of art and inspiration, of love and loss, of the delicate beauty and inevitable pain that wove themselves into the fabric of existence. Eilis listened with a patience and understanding that fascinated him. She seemed to know the struggles of the heart, the relentless pull of ambition, the fear of failure that haunted him. She was more than his muse. She was a confidant, a mirror, someone who could see into his soul without judgment. "Why do you create?" she asked one night, her voice soft and thoughtful as she watched him with those luminous, knowing eyes. Kahal paused, her question lingering in the air. It was something he had never thought to put into words, but under her gaze, he found himself searching for an answer. "I suppose I create to feel connected to something beyond myself," he said slowly, his voice barely above a whisper. "To touch something beautiful and leave a mark, even if it's just a fleeting one. It feels like the only way to matter." Eilis nodded, her gaze softening. "That is a noble reason, Kahal," she replied. "But you must remember that beauty is a fragile thing, and not all marks are meant to be permanent. Sometimes it is the very transience of a thing that makes it beautiful." The thought lingered in his mind, like a gentle echo, even as she reached out, her hand brushing softly over his. Her skin was cold, but her touch held a warmth, a familiarity that sent a quiet thrill through him. He looked up, meeting her gaze, and for a moment, words seemed to dissolve between them, replaced by a silent understanding, a feeling that ran deeper than mere attraction. As the nights wore on, Kahal found himself drawn to her in ways that went beyond the pact they had made. He was entranced not only by her beauty, but by the way her mind worked, the way she saw the world, her understanding of the delicate balance between creation and destruction, beauty and pain. She became his muse, yes, but also something more, a mystery he longed to unravel, a darkness he yearned to explore. And as his music grew richer, more powerful, so too did his connection to her. In the quiet hours, as the village slept, they would sit close, their voices low as they spoke of things he had never dared to share with anyone else. He would play his lute, and she would listen, her eyes closing as though the music wove itself into the very fabric of her being. One night, as they sat together in the flickering firelight, Kahal turned to her, a question forming on his lips. "Do you ever wish to remain?" he asked, the words barely more than a murmur. "To stay here, to live as we do?" Eilis's eyes softened, and for a moment he thought he saw a flicker of sadness in her gaze. "I am not of this world, Kahal," she replied, her voice gentle. "To live as you do would mean losing a part of myself, a part that I am bound to. But what if you could? He pressed, unable to shake the longing that had taken root within him, the wish that she might be more than just a shadow, a presence bound to the night. She looked away, her gaze distant, her expression unreadable. "It is not so simple," she whispered, a faint tremor in her voice. "To be mortal is to know endings, to feel the weight of time. You create because you know that one day you will cease to exist. That is what gives your songs their beauty, their pain." Kahal's hand found hers, his fingers lacing through hers as he looked at her with a kind of desperation he could hardly explain. "But you have touched something in me," he said quietly, his voice raw. "Something I cannot ignore. I don't want this to end, Eilis. I don't want you to be a dream that fades with the dawn." She turned back to him, her gaze steady, her eyes filled with an ancient sorrow. "All things must end, Kahal," she murmured, her hand reaching up to touch his cheek, her fingers cool and gentle against his skin. "Even you, even me." He felt his heart twist at her words. But even as he looked at her, the question remained unspoken, lingering between them like a shadow. As the nights grew colder, he began to notice subtle changes in himself. His reflection in the mirror grew paler, the dark circles under his eyes deepening, his body feeling wearier with each passing day. He felt the toll of their bond as a dull ache that settled into his bones, a quiet reminder of the cost he was paying for each night of music, each night spent in her company. But he couldn't bring himself to turn away from her, even as he felt his strength wane. He was bound to her as surely as she was bound to the Elderwood, his heart entangled in the mystery of who she was, the enchantment she wove around him with every touch, every whispered word. One night, after a particularly haunting performance in the village square, he returned to his cottage, his body heavy with exhaustion. Eilis was there, waiting, her presence filling the room with a gentle, haunting glow. She watched him as he sank into his chair by the fire, his shoulders slumping, his breathing labored. "Kahal," she murmured, her voice soft, almost hesitant. She knelt beside him, her hands reaching up to cradle his face, her touch cool but soothing. "You are giving too much. You must rest, or this gift will consume you." He looked at her, his eyes heavy-lidded but filled with a fierce determination. "I don't care," he whispered. "If it means I can have this, have you, then it is worth it." Eilis's gaze softened, and for a moment he thought he saw a glimmer of something vulnerable, something human in her eyes. "You do not understand what you are asking," she said quietly. "To give yourself to me is to give yourself to the shadows, to the endless night. I am a creature of darkness, Kahal. I cannot offer you anything more than what you already know. But he shook his head, his hand reaching up to touch her cheek, his fingers brushing over her cool skin. You are more than darkness, he said, his voice steady, his gaze unwavering. You are beauty and mystery. You are the heart of my music, the spark that brings it to life. I would give everything for this, for you. Her eyes held his, and for a long, breathless moment, they sat in silence, their hearts beating in a rhythm only they could hear. Then, slowly, she leaned forward, her lips brushing his in a kiss as soft as a whisper, a touch that sent a shiver through him, filling him with a warmth that seemed to reach into the very depths of his soul. They held each other close, their breaths mingling, their hearts beating as one. And in that moment, Kahal knew that he was bound to her, that their souls had woven together in a way that went beyond mortal understanding. But even as he felt the thrill of their bond, a small voice lingered in the back of his mind, a quiet reminder of the toll this love would demand, the price he would pay for each stolen moment, each whispered promise in the dark. Yet, as he held her, as he felt her presence surround him like the night, he found he did not care. He would give everything for this, for her, no matter the cost. And in the silence of the Elderwood, the weight of their pact, their bond and their love settled over them, a promise that would haunt the nights to come. As winter deepened, so too did the changes in Kahal. The music that once poured forth with the boundless energy of his youth now seemed to demand a piece of him with every note. His performances, though mesmerizing, left him drained, a shadow of the vibrant minstrel who had once brought joy to the villagers of Bali-Bran. The changes began subtly, but over time they became impossible to ignore. His face, once warm and flushed with the color of life, had grown pale, the skin stretched thin over sharp cheekbones. The dark circles under his eyes deepened with every night, marking him like bruises, a reminder of the cost his music exacted. His once bright eyes grew hollow, clouded with a weariness that no amount of sleep could soothe. And though he often tried to brush off the villagers' concerned glances, he felt the toll in his bones, in the ache that settled into his limbs with a heaviness he could not shake. When he ventured out to the square, villagers would pause to watch him, their expressions shifting from admiration to worry. They had marveled at his transformation, his seemingly boundless talent, but now their whispers held notes of concern. "Have you seen Kahal lately?" one woman murmured to her friend as they passed him in the square. "Aye," the friend replied, glancing back over her shoulder. "It's as though he's fading before our eyes. The music's taken something from him. Or maybe something's taken hold of him," another added, her voice low with fear. "There are stories, you know. Stories of fairy folk and spirits from the Elderwood that can drain a man's soul. The whispers reached his ears, though he tried to ignore them, tried to pretend he didn't see the sidelong glances, the lingering stares that followed him wherever he went. But as he walked through the village, he could feel the weight of their eyes upon him, their concern mingling with the unspoken question they were too afraid to voice. At first, he shrugged off their concerns. He told himself that his tiredness was simply the price of dedication, of pouring his soul into his craft. And wasn't this what he had always wanted? To be remembered, to be revered, to create music that would live on long after he was gone? But in the quiet hours of the night, when he was alone with Eilis, he could no longer ignore the truth. The strength he once took for granted was slipping away, bit by bit, leaving him hollowed out, a shell of the man he once was. One evening, after a particularly intense performance, he returned to his cottage and nearly collapsed, his legs giving way as he staggered inside. Eilis was there, waiting for him, her face unreadable as she watched him sink into a chair by the fire, his body racked with exhaustion. She moved to his side, her fingers brushing gently over his forehead, cool and soothing against his fevered skin. "You're unwell, Kahal," she murmured, her voice laced with a quiet sorrow. "The price you are paying, it is greater than you realized." He looked up at her, his gaze weary but defiant. "I don't care," he whispered, though the words felt hollow. "I would give anything for this. I would give everything." Eilis's eyes darkened, her expression filled with a sadness he hadn't seen before. "You say that now," she replied softly. "But what will you do when there is nothing left to give?" He couldn't answer her. Instead, he turned away, his fingers tracing the strings of his lute, his mind already reaching for the next melody, the next song. The music called to him, a siren song that drowned out everything else, even the ache in his bones, even the heaviness that settled over his heart like a shroud. But that night, as he lay in bed, he found himself haunted by her words, by the weight of the choice he had made. The passion that had once filled him now felt like a consuming fire, a flame that would not be satisfied until it had devoured every last piece of him. In the days that followed, the villagers' whispers grew louder, their glances more openly concerned. Children who had once crowded eagerly around him now kept their distance, their wide eyes filled with something close to fear. He was no longer the vibrant minstrel they had once known. He was something else, something strange and distant, a figure wrapped in shadows. One evening, as he prepared to perform in the town square, an old friend approached him, a man he had known since childhood, who had once shared his love for music and laughter. But now, his friend's face was filled with concern, his brow furrowed as he looked at Kahal with a mixture of pity and fear. "Kahal," he said quietly, his voice filled with a gentleness that cut deeper than any harsh words could have. "You don't look well. The music, it's taken something from you. Perhaps you should rest, take a break." Kahal forced a smile, though it felt brittle, fragile. "I can't stop now," he replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "The music, it's all I have left." His friend's gaze softened, and for a moment, Kahal thought he saw tears glistening in his eyes. "Is it worth your life, Kahal?" he asked, his voice trembling with emotion. "Is this gift worth everything you are?" The question struck him like a blow, leaving him breathless, his heart pounding as he searched for an answer he could believe in. But as he looked at his friend, he realized he could not answer him, could not find the words to explain the hunger that drove him, the need that consumed him. That night, as he returned to his cottage, the weight of his choices pressed upon him, heavier than ever before. The admiration, the fame, the adoration of the villagers, all of it felt hollow, empty, as though it were slipping through his fingers like sand. And for the first time, he wondered if he was losing more than he had bargained for. When he saw Eilis waiting for him by the hearth, her gaze filled with a quiet sorrow, he felt a flicker of something he hadn't felt in weeks, a fear that ran deeper than his longing for music, deeper than his desire for greatness. "Eilis," he whispered, his voice breaking. Is this what I am becoming?" She looked at him, her eyes filled with an ancient sadness, as though she had seen this same story play out countless times before. "You are giving yourself to your art, Kahal," she replied softly. "And art demands a sacrifice, a price that few are willing to pay. But what if I can't give any more?" he asked, his voice trembling with a vulnerability he had hidden even from himself. "What if there's nothing left of me?" Eilis's gaze softened, and for a moment he thought he saw a glimmer of regret in her eyes. She reached out, her fingers brushing lightly over his cheek, a touch that was both soothing and chilling. "Then your music will live on," she said quietly, "and you will be remembered as you always wanted." The words should have comforted him, should have filled him with pride, but instead they left him feeling hollow, as though he were standing on the edge of a precipice, looking down into a darkness that had no end. As the night deepened, Kahal sat alone by the fire, his thoughts a tangled web of longing and fear, passion and regret. He had given himself to the music, to Eilis, to the promise of greatness. But now, as he felt his strength wane, he could not shake the feeling that he had given too much, that he had lost something precious and irreplaceable in his pursuit of a dream that was slipping further from his grasp with each passing night. And in the silence of his cottage, with only the flickering shadows for company, he wondered if he could ever be whole again, or if he had already become a ghost, haunted by the echoes of a passion that had taken everything from him. As the weight of his choices settled heavily upon him, Kahal found himself drawn to the edge of the village, where the humble cottage of Myev, the wise woman, stood alone beneath the boughs of an ancient oak. She was known throughout Bali Bran for her knowledge of the unseen, of spirits and curses, of fairy folk, and the hidden forces that lingered in the Elderwood. Though he had never sought her counsel before, he could feel a gnawing dread within him, a fear that his pact with Eilis had set him on a path he could not walk alone. The evening was cold, the moon hidden behind a veil of clouds as he approached Myev's door. He hesitated for a moment, his hand hovering over the weathered wood, wondering if he truly wanted to hear what she had to say. But the fear that had been growing within him, the hollowness that lingered in his heart and bones, drove him forward. He knocked, the sound muffled, and waited. After a moment, the door creaked open, and there stood Myev, her eyes sharp and piercing, taking him in with a glance that seemed to strip him bare. She was old, her hair streaked with silver, her face lined with the wisdom of years. But her gaze was as steady and unwavering as ever. "Kahal," she said, her voice calm but edged with curiosity. "I wondered how long it would take before you found your way to my door." He swallowed, feeling a chill crawl down his spine. "You knew I would come?" Myev nodded, stepping aside to let him enter. "When you play as you have been, when a soul calls out as loud as yours has, there are those who listen. I feared that the tales might have drawn you in." "Sit," she said, gesturing to a small chair by the hearth, where a fire crackled, casting warm shadows over the room. Kahal settled into the chair, his body heavy with exhaustion. Myev watched him with a thoughtful frown, her eyes lingering on the pallor of his skin, the deep shadows under his eyes, the way his hands trembled as he held them in his lap. "You've come to ask me about the Lady of the Forest," she said quietly, sitting across from him. It wasn't a question, but a statement, spoken with the weight of certainty. He nodded, his throat tight. I think she is bound to me somehow. I thought she was helping me, giving me back my music, but..." He trailed off, the words caught in his throat. "I fear I am losing myself, Myev. I can feel it slipping away." Myev's expression softened, though there was a grimness to her gaze. "The Lady of the Forest is the Leanan Sídhe. She is a muse, yes, a faerie who bestows inspiration, who grants artists their greatest dreams. But her gift is a curse as much as it is a blessing." Kahal's heart sank, though he'd suspected as much. "Why does she do it?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "Why does she take from those she claims to help? Maiev sighed, a weary sound that seemed to echo with centuries of sorrow. The Leanan Sídhe, like all fairies, is bound by her nature. She must feed on the life force of mortals to remain in this world, to sustain herself. Without it, she would fade, lost to the shadows of her own realm. But her power lies in her ability to inspire, to awaken the soul's deepest passions. And so, she seeks out those with gifts, those whose spirits burn brightest. A shiver ran through Kahal as her words settled over him. And what happens to those who accept her gift? Maiev's gaze grew distant, her voice quiet. They live lives of brilliance, of passion and beauty, their art unmatched by any mortal hand. But it comes at a price. Each night that she visits, each moment she lingers, she drains a piece of their life. Their soul withers, their body weakens, and they become hollowed, like vessels filled only with her magic. And when there is nothing left to give, she moves on, leaving them as little more than shadows of who they once were. Kahal felt a wave of nausea, his mind reeling. He had seen the signs, the pallor of his skin, the weariness that clung to his bones, the way his very essence seemed to bleed into each note he played. And yet, he had been willing to ignore it, to brush aside the fear in exchange for the brilliance she offered him. But she loves me, he whispered, the words half plea, half desperation. There's something there, something real. Maiev's expression softened, though her gaze held a quiet sorrow. Perhaps she does, she replied gently. But love, in the faerie realm, is not what we mortals understand. Love to the fae is possession, a claiming of spirit and soul. They do not love as we do, Kahal. For them, love is a binding, a thread that tethers their essence to another's. And once that bond is forged, it cannot easily be broken. A cold dread settled over him as he listened, his heart aching with a helplessness he hadn't felt before. Is there nothing I can do? He asked, his voice trembling. Is there no way to escape her? Maiev regarded him in silence, her gaze steady, but filled with an almost reluctant compassion. There may be a way, she said slowly, but it is not without its own dangers. The bond between you and the Leanan Sídhe is powerful. She has woven herself into the very fabric of your soul. To sever it would mean tearing apart a part of yourself, losing the connection that fuels your art. What must I do? He asked, his voice filled with a desperate resolve. I am willing to try anything. Maiev sighed, her gaze turning thoughtful as she searched for the words. There is a ritual, she said quietly, an ancient rite hidden within the Elderwood, where her power is strongest. If you confront her there, if you make her see the harm she has wrought, she may release you. But know this, fairies do not surrender easily, especially not those who have bound themselves to a mortal. Kahal clenched his fists, his heart pounding as he considered her words. The thought of facing Eilis, of forcing her to sever the bond between them, filled him with a fear that went beyond anything he had ever known. But the thought of remaining bound to her, of watching himself fade and wither until there was nothing left, was even more terrifying. He met Mayev's gaze, a new resolve hardening in his eyes. "I will do it," he said firmly. "Tell me what I need to know." Maiev nodded, a glimmer of approval in her eyes. "Go to the Elderwood," she said, her voice low and steady. "Find the clearing where the moonlight touches the ground, where the ancient stones stand. She will be drawn to you there, bound by the power of that place. And when she appears, you must confront her with all that you are, with every ounce of strength that remains within you. Demand that she release you, and perhaps she will see the pain she has caused." Kahal felt a shiver run through him, a mixture of fear and hope that filled him with a fierce determination. He rose from his chair, the weight of Mayev's words settling over him like a mantle, a promise he could not break. "Thank you, Maiev," he said quietly, his voice thick with emotion. "I will do as you say." She reached out, placing a hand on his shoulder, her touch warm and grounding. "Be careful, Kahal," she murmured, her voice laced with warning. "The fairy realm is not one to be trifled with. If she chooses to fight you, if she refuses to release her hold, you may not survive." He nodded, his gaze steady. "I understand," he replied, his voice firm. "But if I am to live, truly live, then I must do this." Maiev watched him for a long moment, her gaze filled with something close to admiration. "Go then," she whispered. "May the gods be with you, Kahal." With a final nod, he turned and left her cottage, stepping back into the cold night. The moon had re-emerged from behind the clouds, casting a pale glow over the path that led to the Elderwood. He felt a mixture of fear and determination settle over him, a resolve that burned with the strength of a fire that would not be quenched. As he made his way toward the forest, the words of the wise woman echoed in his mind, a reminder of the choice he had made, the path he had chosen. He knew that what lay ahead would not be easy, that he would face a darkness unlike any he had ever known. But he was ready. For the first time since he had met Eilis, he felt a flicker of hope, a light that guided him through the shadows. And with each step, he felt a newfound strength, a resilience that burned within him, carrying him forward into the depths of the Elderwood, toward the destiny he could no longer escape. The forest was thick with mist as Kahal stepped into the heart of the Elderwood, the pale moonlight filtering through the trees, casting an otherworldly glow over the ancient stones that stood in a circle at the center of a small clearing. This was the place Maiev had spoken of, a place where magic held sway, where the boundary between worlds grew thin. Here, he could feel the presence of the faerie realm, an energy that hummed through the ground and filled the air with a strange, electric tension. He stood in the clearing, his heart pounding as he waited, calling out to the shadows that stretched between the trees. "Eilis," he whispered, his voice filled with a fierce resolve. "I know you're here." For a moment, there was only silence, the weight of the forest pressing down upon him, thick and heavy. But then, like mist drifting over a still lake, she appeared, stepping into the moonlight with her familiar, haunting grace. Her dark hair fell around her shoulders like a cascade of shadows, her eyes shimmering with a light that seemed to hold centuries of secrets. She looked at him with a mixture of sorrow and longing, her gaze tracing the lines of exhaustion etched into his face, the pallor of his skin, the way his shoulders slumped beneath the weight of their bond. Her lips parted, but no words came. There was only the silence between them, a silence filled with unspoken truths. "Eilis," he said, his voice thick with pain. "I know what you are. I know what you've been doing to me." Eilis's gaze faltered, a flicker of pain crossing her face, a vulnerability he had rarely seen. "Kahal," she began, her voice soft, filled with a regret that laced each word. "I never meant for it to go this far. I wanted to give you what you desired." He took a step closer, his hands clenched at his sides, his eyes filled with a hurt that she could not ignore. "You're draining my life, Eilis. You're taking everything from me, my strength, my spirit. I'm becoming a shadow of who I was." Eilis's expression softened, her ethereal beauty marred by a sorrow that ran deeper than any curse. Her gaze met his, a faint glimmer of sorrow in her eyes. "I did not choose this," she murmured, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I am bound by my nature, by a curse that chains me to this realm. I am the Leanan Sídhe, and I can only survive by drawing from mortals like you. Without you, I would fade, lost to the darkness from which I came." The words struck him, filling him with a strange, aching pity. He had known her as his muse, his lover, his confidant, but he had never understood the depth of her curse, the quiet despair that lingered behind her enchanting beauty. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked, his voice cracking. "Why didn't you tell me what this would do to me?" She looked away, her gaze distant, as though the answer lay somewhere beyond the trees, hidden in the shadows of her own past. "Because I knew you would never have accepted it," she replied, her voice trembling. "And I wanted you too much, Kahal. I wanted to be near you, to feel your music, your heart, your soul. Kahal felt his anger falter, replaced by a painful understanding. So, you used me, he said quietly, the words like stones in his mouth. You fed on me, knowing it would destroy me in the end. Her gaze lifted to meet his, her eyes wet with unshed tears. Yes, she whispered, the word carrying the weight of centuries. But I did not wish to. Every moment I have been with you has felt like a reprieve, like something real, something that defied the curse binding me. I thought that maybe this time it would be different. He could see it now, the heartbreak that lingered in her every touch, her every whispered word. Her love for him was bound up in the same curse that was draining the life from him, an endless cycle of taking and losing that had left her as much a prisoner as he was. Eilis, he murmured, his voice softening as he reached out to touch her hand. She flinched, as though his touch burned, yet she did not pull away. You're bound to this, aren't you? As much as I am. She nodded, her voice breaking. I am bound to it, Kahal. Every time I try to love, to truly give, it only takes more. It forces me to take from those I cherish, from those whose lives I would give anything to preserve. He swallowed, the anger he had clung to dissolving, replaced by a hollow ache that mirrored the despair he saw in her. She had taken from him, yes, had drained him in ways he could barely comprehend. But she too was trapped, locked in a cycle she could not escape, cursed to love and lose, to give only by taking. I never imagined, he began, his voice faltering. I thought this was your choice. I thought you wanted this. Eilis shook her head, her voice trembling as she looked at him, her eyes filled with a pain so deep it seemed to reach beyond time. This is not a life I would choose. I am only here because the curse demands it, because it forces me to take what I would rather give freely. He felt the weight of her words settling over him, a sadness that bound them together in a way he hadn't anticipated. She was as much a prisoner of the curse as he was, bound to a fate that forced her to draw from those she loved, leaving her to watch them fade and die, over and over again. Eilis, he whispered, his hand tightening around hers, feeling the chill of her skin, the coolness that had always been her faerie nature, a reminder of the otherworldly bond that kept them apart. She looked up at him, a tear slipping down her cheek as she met his gaze, her face softened, human in its sorrow. I know I have taken too much from you, Kahal, she murmured, and for that I am sorry. But if there were a way to release you, to give you the life you deserve, I would do it. I would do anything. Her words hung in the air between them, a fragile, tentative promise that filled him with a sense of both dread and hope. Could there truly be a way to end this, to free them both from the bonds that had brought them together and yet kept them apart? He searched her face, seeing the resolve there, the willingness to face whatever lay ahead, if it meant they could share a life free from shadows and sorrow. In that moment, he realized that he too wanted to give her a chance to be free, to feel the peace he longed for himself. The silence of the clearing pressed around them as Eilis withdrew her hand from Kahal's, her gaze distant and thoughtful. The sorrow that had filled her expression softened, replaced by something calmer, almost resolute, as though she had come to a decision only she could understand. "Kahal," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper, yet it cut through the night air with a surprising clarity. "There is one way we could truly be together, one way to break the curse that binds us." He looked up, his breath catching as he saw the flicker of resolve in her eyes. "Eilis, what do you mean?" She took a breath, a depth of emotion flickering across her face, and then she began to speak, her words slow and measured, each one laced with the weight of centuries. "If I were to give up my immortality," she said, her voice trembling just slightly, "if I were to bind my life to yours, I could break the curse. I would no longer need to take from you. I would be mortal, bound to a life as fleeting as yours." The words settled over him, heavy with meaning, and he felt the enormity of what she was saying sink in, like the chill of winter creeping into his bones. She would give up everything, her essence, her faerie power, her very nature, for a single, brief, mortal life with him. "Eilis, you would give up your eternity for this?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper, the words thick with disbelief and awe. She nodded, her gaze steady, though he could see the faintest glimmer of fear in her eyes. "I would live as you do, feeling the weight of each passing day, watching the seasons change, growing older. I would no longer exist in shadows, no longer be a creature of endless time. I would live, truly live, but only for as long as we had together." He stared at her, his heart pounding, torn between an overwhelming sense of longing and an equal measure of dread. To imagine her as mortal, bound to the same fragile, fleeting life that he was, felt both wondrous and painful. She would no longer be a being of endless beauty, of timeless allure. She would be human, vulnerable and fragile, bound by the same limits and fears as he was. "Eilis," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "I don't know if I can ask that of you. To give up everything, all that you are, just for for a few years with me?" She looked down, her fingers trembling as she traced the line of his hand, her expression softened by an ache that seemed to reach beyond words. "I know what I am offering," she said quietly. "I have lived for longer than I can remember, but each of those years has been marked by loneliness, by an emptiness I could never fill. For the first time, I feel complete. And if I can live a short life truly by your side, free of shadows and the need to take, then that is worth more to me than all the years I have lived." Kahal felt his heart twist, the enormity of her sacrifice filling him with both love and sorrow. He wanted to hold her, to shield her from the frailty of mortality, to keep her safe from the pain that lay on the other side of such a decision. But he knew that if he refused her offer, if he walked away now, he would be left with nothing but the hollow ache of what might have been, haunted by the loss of a love that had never been fully realized. He closed his eyes, the weight of the choice pressing down upon him. "If you do this," he said softly, "if you become mortal, it will mean the end of everything you've ever known. There will be no going back, and it will be brief." A faint smile touched her lips, a smile filled with both sadness and determination. "Perhaps that is what I need," she whispered. "Perhaps it is time that I finally understand what it is to live with the limits you do, to savor each moment as though it were my last." A shiver ran through him as he looked into her eyes, seeing the quiet courage that lay within them. In that moment, he realized that this was what he wanted too, a life shared fully, freely, without the shadow of her curse looming over them. A life where he could love her as she truly was, without the need to guard his heart or his strength. "If this is what you want," he murmured, his hand reaching up to brush a strand of hair from her face, "then it is what I want too. I would choose a life with you, however short, over an eternity haunted by what we could have had." Her hand found his, her fingers entwining with his own, a single tear slipping down her cheek as she smiled. "Then let us take this path together," she whispered, her voice filled with a quiet, fierce resolve. "Let us live fully and freely for however long we are given." They stood there in silence, bound by the choice they had made, a choice to embrace the beauty of a shared, mortal life, however fleeting it might be. And as they looked at each other, their hearts filled with both sorrow and joy, they felt the tension between them dissolve, replaced by a peace that neither had known before. They had chosen love over eternity, and in that choice, they had found something that neither magic nor time could ever take away. The forest clearing was bathed in moonlight. the silvery glow casting an ethereal light over Eilis and Kahal as they stood together, hand in hand. The air was cool, the silence deep, as though the entire forest held its breath in anticipation of what was about to take place. Eilis took a step back, her hand lingering on his for a moment before she let it fall to her side. She looked at him, her eyes filled with an unspoken promise, and then she closed them, taking a deep, steadying breath. "This will bind me to you," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "My life to yours for as long as we have." Kahal nodded, his heart pounding, feeling the weight of her words settle over him. "I know," he murmured, his voice low and filled with both love and awe. "And I will cherish it." She held his gaze for a moment longer. Then, standing tall, she placed a hand over her heart, her fingers pressing against the place where her essence lay, the source of her faerie power. Her voice was soft at first, a low murmur that wove through the night air, rising and falling like the whisper of the wind. She was reciting an incantation, her words laced with a power that felt ancient, timeless, a language that Kahal could not understand, but felt deeply. As she chanted, her hand began to glow, a faint, silvery light that pulsed in time with her words. The glow spread slowly, casting a shimmering aura around her, highlighting her features with an ethereal beauty that took his breath away. She looked almost otherworldly, suspended between realms, her beauty both timeless and fleeting, a final glimpse of the faerie being she had once been. Then, her eyes opened, her gaze meeting his, and she lifted her hand from her heart, pressing it gently against his chest. Kahal felt a warmth spread through him, a gentle, all-encompassing heat that seeped into his bones, filling him with a sensation he hadn't felt in months. Strength, vitality, a return of the life force she had drawn from him. The weariness that had lingered in his limbs melted away, replaced by a sense of wholeness, as though every part of him that had been lost had returned, his spirit restored. The glow around Eilis began to dim, her otherworldly radiance fading as she continued to murmur the incantation, her words growing softer, her voice steady, but filled with a hint of sorrow. The shimmer that had once surrounded her, that had marked her as something apart from this world, faded with each passing moment, her features softening, becoming more grounded, more human. Her skin, once as pale as moonlight, took on a warmer tone. Her eyes, though still deep and beautiful, lost the starlit shimmer that had always held him captive. Her hair, dark and sleek, seemed to dull ever so slightly, no longer holding the endless, mysterious depths that had once seemed to shift and dance with each movement. As the last word of the incantation fell from her lips, she took a shuddering breath, her hand slipping from his chest, the final glow of her faerie essence fading into nothingness. She stood before him, breathing heavily, her expression one of awe and wonder, as though she herself were feeling the weight of the transformation settling over her. A silence stretched between them, a silence filled with unspoken words, with emotions too deep to be named. He looked at her, truly looked at her, seeing her as she was now, a woman, human and mortal. Her beauty softened, made fragile, her presence grounded to the earth. Eilis, he murmured, reaching out to touch her cheek. Her skin was warm beneath his fingers, warmer than it had ever been, a warmth that held none of the fairy chill he had grown accustomed to. She closed her eyes at his touch, leaning into his hand, her lips curving into a soft, genuine smile. I feel real, she whispered, wonder filling her voice. For the first time, I feel as though I belong here, bound to this world. Kahal's heart swelled, his hand slipping from her cheek to take her hand in his fingers entwining with hers. You do belong here, he said, his voice filled with a fierce, quiet certainty. She looked up at him, her eyes shining with both joy and the faintest hint of tears. And you, Kahal, you are whole again, free of the shadows I cast over you. He nodded, a soft smile spreading across his face. We are bound only to each other now, he murmured, his voice filled with a warmth that matched her own. No curses, no shadows. They stood there, their hands clasped, a profound peace settling over them, a feeling that neither curse nor magic could touch. The bond they shared was no longer one of power or essence, but of love, pure and unburdened, a love that bound them fully, freely. In that moment, they were simply Cathal and Eilis, two souls bound by choice, ready to face whatever lay ahead together. The moon hung low in the sky, casting soft, dappled light through the canopy of the Elderwood as Cathal and Eilis stood side by side, their hands clasped. The transformation was complete. She was now as mortal as he, her fairy glow replaced by a warmth that made her feel as real and grounded as the earth beneath them. They took a last glance back at the path that led to Ballybron, to the village where they had first met. The village where whispers of Cahal's haunting music and Eilis's ethereal beauty had mingled in quiet awe and fearful reverence. But those things, those half-truths and shadows, belonged to a life that neither could claim anymore. Are you ready? He asked, his voice a soft murmur, filled with both excitement and wonder. She looked up at him, a smile spreading across her face. Her eyes, no longer carrying the weight of centuries, shone with a gentleness, a warmth that made his heart swell. Yes, she replied, her voice steady and calm. Hand in hand, they turned their backs on the path to Bali Bran and stepped deeper into the Elderwood forest. What had been taken from Kahal could never be returned. But what life he had remaining, they would spend together in the depths of the forest where they first met. That is the end of tonight's story. For those of you who are still awake, I wish you a blessed night. I will leave you with the sound of the fireplace for the next few hours to avoid advertisements waking you up.